Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk, I call this, what we got here, special call meeting to order. Jasmine, pardon me, can you get those folks that are outside in? Thank you so much. All right. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours.
Are we going to address the addendum? You want to ask if we have any additions?
The addendum first.
Mr. Mayor, we have a request for 2 addendums. Item 1, motion to adopt a resolution for the Augusta Housing Authority of the City of Augusta, Georgia to issue bonds to finance facilities located in Augusta, Georgia, Richmond Summit Apartments, LP. Item 2, a motion to adopt a resolution for the Housing Authority of the City of Augusta, Georgia to issue bonds to finance facility located at Augusta, Georgia, Bonaire Apartments, LP.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, are they in? I'm sorry.
And just for the record, the supporting documentation for these items are listed on our Finance Committee. Item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any objection from this body from these 2 addendum items being added and discussed today? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask the gentlemen that are here representing Redwood Partners to come forward. Brian? Just to tell us, yes, either podium, just to tell us the great news. Colleagues, this is a great opportunity for Augusta. It's a great day. And sir, if you will, state your name and address for the record and who you represent.
Sure. I'm Ryan Fusen. I am the founder and CEO of Redwood Housing from Seattle, Washington. Honored to be here today. Appreciate the opportunity to come see you all and share with you the exciting news on Bonaire and Richmond Summit. I'll be brief and obviously would like to allow any questions. I'm happy to answer any and all of them. With respect to Bonaire and Richmond Summit, we have made significant investments into these communities over the last couple of years and have really upped that reinvestment over the past year, where we've been able to focus on life safety improvements, full unit renovations, and also accessibility improvements of the buildings. We're here today because we've now received the opportunity to have favorable financing through a competitive award of DCA to double down on that investment into these communities. As everybody probably is aware, these communities have been neglected for far too long prior to our ownership. We are here and committed to providing high-quality, affordable housing to the City of Augusta, and through the incremental financing and through our current investment, we believe that we could showcase what high-quality, affordable housing should be for the city. The first phase, again, has been focused on the units, has been focused on life safety, and has been focused on accessibility. The second phase will focus on critical systems, common area renovations, exterior improvements and upgrades, as well as bringing back some of the critical historical elements to these buildings. With that, again, to be brief, I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Fuson. I have Commissioner Jordan Johnson from District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning. I think it's morning still. Yep. Good morning. We had an opportunity to speak briefly in the foyer before we began the meeting today, but I just wanted to reiterate just some of the questions and the feelings that I'm somewhat having here today just about this. So basically, we're asking for the city to issue these bonds. Let me ask, what is the relationship between the city and the Housing Authority in Redwood right now? Or clarify what I'm, that question.
There's no relationship. So maybe David, this is David Williams, who may be able to speak to the technical aspects of this a little bit better.
All right, sir, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address, please.
Good morning. I'm David Williams.
You need to come a little closer to that mic. There you go.
My name is David Williams. I'm a lawyer at a law firm called Butler Snow. I'm the bond counsel for the Housing Authority, and I'm working with the Housing Authority in Redwood on this bond issue.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. What is the city's responsibility in this? What would the city's role be?
The city has no responsibility whatsoever to issue the bonds, to repay the bonds, it's no liability on the city's any funds whatsoever. The city, there's no moral obligation, legal responsibility whatsoever. The Housing Authority is issuing what we call revenue bonds and loaning the proceeds to the private owner to facilitate the continued renovation of the project. The federal tax code allows owners of these type of multifamily housing, affordable housing communities to access tax-exempt bonds as their debt source to facilitate the either construction or renovation of these communities. So as Ryan said, there was a competitive award around the state for communities like this to be able to access tax-exempt bonds and also a tax credit that comes along with these types of tax-exempt bonds, the proceeds of which, again, are used to renovate the project. So the Housing Authority, as it has for years and years, is the proper legal entity in Augusta to issue these bonds. The tax code requires some governmental body to issue tax-exempt bonds. The company can't do it themselves. The city's not the proper body to issue the bonds. So the Housing Authority issues them. The Housing Authority has no legal liability, financial liability, or responsibility whatsoever for these projects. It's 100% the private owner. So the Housing Authority is just furthering its corporate purpose to assist in improving affordable housing by issuing the bonds, loaning the proceeds to the private company. So answering your question, what are we even doing here today? The tax code says that before the Housing Authority can issue bonds, we have to have a public hearing, which the Housing Authority conducted, and then the city council or the mayor has to sign an approval approving the Housing Authority's action as an issuer of bonds for this type of project.
So you've had that public hearing already over at the summit?
Yes, sir.
What was the response?
We published a notice on the Housing Authority's website, and we also published a notice in the newspaper, which hopefully made it into materials today, and no one appeared.
Well, I think that may be part of the problem. You know, the Richmond Summit, you have folks who live in there who may not have access to newspapers or who may not have access to your website. And so I think it may be, may be important to try to get back in front of some of the residents so that they know what's going on. Because when I received calls, I wasn't able to tell them. Their biggest concern right now is that with the renovations, which I think are great. You know, we've been working with Redwood Housing for the last few years to get this done. But I think some of the big concerns right now is that they're already seeing their rent go up a little bit. They've seen some increases, and they're concerned that this is going to lead to higher rent increases. Is that something that we can sort of speak to today?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that, Commissioner. So rents are set at both of these properties, both at Richmond Summit and at the Bon Air, vis-a-vis a project-based Section 8 HAP contract. As such, rents are determined by the income of the resident. So residents are required to pay 30% of their income. The renovations have no impact on what the residents will pay for their rent. So if somebody's income has gone up through gainful employment or otherwise, then they could be asked to pay more than they were paying previously. But it has nothing to do with the renovations or kind of the phase 1 work or the phase 2 work.
Okay, and so this isn't like renovations are going to happen and then for some reason folks are going to be moved out and other, okay.
Absolutely not. The same programs will stay in place and the same rent calculations will apply to their income. It has nothing to do with the improvements being made to the properties.
Would you be open to having another public hearing at the summit with my involvement to kind of help residents get to the meeting?
Oh, we'd be happy to speak with residents in whatever conduct. Just you know, we've posted several notifications now to residents, and we've made property management as well as our relocation agents who are full-time at the property during this process available to answer any questions. But we would be happy.
No one came to the meetings?
So these meetings typically, in not just, you know, in Augusta, oftentimes there is not a large or any presence to these types of meetings because it's typically a technicality about issuing the bonds to get more money into projects. So I don't think what David is explaining here is uncommon. And David, you could probably even speak to our last several Georgia properties where nobody came to that TEFRA hearing itself. With that being said,
it just concerned me a little bit because anytime I go, we have standing room only in that community room. But we'll talk a little bit more about that. Last question is there a timeline on this, on the issuing of these bonds? What is your timeline?
As quickly as possible. So we would like to be actually the first, and I can give you more specifics around that. We would like to be the first award closed through DCA through this process, which means we're targeting a closing in October. And what that allows us to do is, again, we're currently investing significant dollars into these properties, as you've probably seen to date. This allows us to continue that renovation unabated to go directly from phase 1 into phase 2. So at this juncture, we're targeting a late October closing on this particular financing piece so that we can have a continuation of the renovation from phase 1 to phase 2.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll be in touch about getting the residents together.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner Catherine McKnight from District 3.
Thank you. Thank y'all for being here today. As Commissioner Johnson said, I am the district, commissioner for Bon Air. Been in there numerous of times. Probably will go back over there in the next month or so. So what do I need? Just flat out, when people are asking, the residents are asking, how can I break it down for them to comprehend, to understand this process? What do I tell them? Because I would like for you to be able to come over to the Bon Air and speak as well and talk to the residents. Like Commissioner Johnson said, a lot of these folks, they don't get the newspaper. They don't have access to the social media. So it's just making sure that we get the word out there and not have them all worked up and scared that they're going to be out of a place to live. So
Yeah.
I'd like for you to be able to, when you go to Richmond Summit, come on up the hill and join us up there.
Would love to. And it is concerning actually to hear that residents of both properties actually are still having these types of questions and concerns. And the reason I say that is we recently went through a property management change as well because we were not happy with the performance of our prior property manager of both properties, which we've asked them to over-communicate to residents. We hold meetings for residents that are open for any and all residents to come during the course of this process to ask any and all questions as it relates to the renovation, as it relates to rents, as it relates to any concerns that they may have. So that should have been, and to my understanding actually has happened over the course of the past year. We are willing to do it more frequently, and we are certainly willing, right, to come and have open forums to make sure that the residents' questions are being adequately addressed and answered. And so we do have full-time property management staff at both properties. We do have relocation agents at both properties. And those people should be making themselves available 7 days a week to residents to address their concerns. With that being said, I'm happy to go to the Bon Air as well. I'll be there this afternoon, and we welcome you to the Bon Air anytime to see the improvements themselves. But my understanding from the feedback that we've received at Redwood Housing from the residents is those that have moved into their newly renovated their units are extraordinarily grateful. And I think what we can let them know is this is a continuation of that investment going forward. And so the work that has been done to their units, it is now their unit. They get to live in a brand new apartment home for all intents and purposes. We are now going to be doubling down and making investments into critical systems. We're going to be making investments into the exterior of the building. We're going to be bringing back to life, right, some of these areas of the buildings that have been decommissioned over time and are in disarray. And so I think you can let them know that it is going to be an opportunity for that investment to continue, and so that they will have even a higher quality of living at these communities going forward.
And you say this work for both properties will be done by when?
So we plan to have the phase 2 work start at the end of October, and they will be completed by the end of the following year. So the end of 2025, all the work will be fully completed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, is there a motion?
I have one request before we make a motion. Can you share your contact information with our clerk, Ms. Bonner, so that we can get some type of public meeting scheduled, just so that folks at both facilities can understand what's going on here?
Yes.
Okay, we would like to do that, as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
All right.
Ms. Bonner, can you raise your hand so he'll know who you are? Yeah, I'll make the motion to adopt items 1 and 2.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, there's a motion to adopt. Seeing no other colleagues in the queue, we're voting.
You're welcome.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason, Bobby Williams, and Mr. Franham out.
Yeah, and colleagues, just for reference, you know that these bonds is $20 million for Richmond Summit, $28 million for the Bon Air. There's a scope of work. As you know, these two projects, we've received many calls and complaints, so it's a great day that we're finally giving these people an opportunity to have a better place to live. So we thank you guys for this commitment, and let's move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Madam Clerk, is that it?
No, sir, we need the motion to go into executive session.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank goodness.
Ready?
Are we ready? All right, Attorney Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Johnson, Commissioners. We would request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of personnel pending or potential litigation in real estate.
So moved.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, we're voting. This is good stuff. We got one more to go. Maxwell House.
Mr.
Oh, this stuff. I said we got one more property.
Oh, I thought you were talking motion.
All right.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason, Mr. Bobby Williams, and Mr. Franum out.
All right, thank you. We're now suspended to legal session. Thank you so much. We will be getting started momentarily. We had an earlier special call meeting, and we're running just a few minutes behind, but as soon as we get our legal counsel and our clerk, we'll be ready to start. So thank you for your patience.
I won't let, y'all can't afford to let you do that. Y'all can't afford to let you do that. All right, but we'll do it. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, AB. Thank you. That's good news. That's a great news. Hey, Brandon. Your neighbor is telling me. They were telling me what they were coming closer. They said that 3 minutes. And I still got 2 I paid $3,000 for my hair. I had 3 See what happens is, say for instance, so you no papers is 12 and different stuff like that, but you can't do it because you can't get papers on it. So when you get papers on it, means that when you breathe, they don't have a letter if you got a female, or if you got a male that you studied and you pass the paper, so you can stand up for the paper, the letter, the pedigree, and all that. When I'm gonna come, I told him I was gonna come out and make it a little bit.
Yeah, they're, you probably see in the garden.
All right. Hey.
He didn't respond to Brandon either.
Huh? I didn't hear you. Huh? When you cry, absolutely, absolutely. Like you can't no good. Absolutely.
Is anybody in the IT department here? IT department.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting back to order. Attorney Brown.
Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, we would like to request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
There's a motion in the second. Make sure we have a quorum, and we do. Commissioner Johnson, don't go far. All right. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason and Mr. Bobby Williams out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Turner Brown, we're now back in session. Are there any motions as a result of our legal session?
Yes, sir, Mayor Johnson. We'll request a motion to approve a $10,000 annual salary increase commencing August 3rd, 2024 for each of the following positions. The position of presiding magistrate judge, in this instance for Ms. LaJoy Walker Williamson, and the position of chief judge for Carletta Sims Brown of the Richmond County Civil and Magistrate Court.
Our colleague, is there a motion to approve this? There's a motion by Commissioner Johnson from the first, second by Commissioner Scott from the ninth. Colleagues, we're voting.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown, are there any additional motions?
Yes, sir. Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, we request a motion to terminate Augusta, Georgia current recruitment process for the position of General Counsel and to so notify the current candidates, and further to approve retaining a recruitment firm to conduct a nationwide search for candidates of the position of General Counsel. HR is to notify the current candidates that they will be eligible to apply with the new recruitment process for the position of General Counsel.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Commissioner Garrett, I see you in the queue. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make note that, even though this process is being closed at this time, the names that were released to the news, we did not have a chance to look at those applications, but we wanted to have some professional help aid us in this process, since none of us are attorneys up here. Law department's a very important position within our government, and we're just trying to make sure that we're handling this in the most correct way to, really protect the taxpayers in Augusta. So to those applicants that names were released, and we're hoping that you'll reapply when the search goes out. And motion to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion in the second. Any other colleagues in the queue? Seeing none, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown, does that complete our business? Are there any additional motions?
What about?
There was one other matter I need to, place on the record, is that, and make it incorporated in that motion, that the recruitment process will entail closed interviews.
Okay. All right.
Is that acceptable without objection, Mayor Johnson?
Yes, sir. Are there any objections from this body for the interview process being closed once we have a recruiting firm that recruits candidates for consideration? Seeing or hear none, There's no objection that the interview process will be closed. All right, Madam Clerk, you get the record. All right. Does that complete our business?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. This session is hereby adjourned and turned over to the Committee Cycle Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you're here for public safety, there's not going to be a quorum today, it looks like, so just to let anybody know that's here for public safety agenda item. I'd like to call public services to order.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions to the public services agenda?
No, sir.
Okay, if there's no questions from my colleagues, I'd like to consent the following agenda items. Number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Can I get a motion to that effect?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second? Second. Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
That motion carries.
All right.
Mr. Bobby Williams absent.
Agenda item number 1, Mr. Bryan.
Good afternoon. I have 2 alcohol licenses. The first one is AN 24-33. This is an existing location with a new ownership for retail package of beer and wine. The applicant is Mr. Gupta. The company is Apex Augusta LLC. The property is located at 2940 Inwood Drive. Planning and Development and Sheriff's Department have recommended approval. Is there any objections?
No objections noted. The applicant is step forward.
Here.
State your name and address for the record. Home address in front of the microphone up here, sir. Name, address, and home.
Pankaj Gupta, 3760 Peach Bluff Court, Duluth, Georgia 30097. And the phone number?
No,
No, that's
just your
good.
name and
Okay.
address.
Can I get a motion to approve? Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
And item number 2, please.
Next week. Next week. See you next week. All right. Next is AN 24-36. This is a new location, consumption of on-premise for liquor, beer, and wine with Sunday sales. The restaurant is Fifth and Fire Restaurant. The applicant is James Klugo, and it's located at 551 Broad Street. Planning and Development Sheriff's Office has recommended approval. Are there any objectors?
None noted.
I don't believe the applicant's here, though.
Oh, he's right here.
Oh,
Right there.
sorry. Oh, you
Sir, if you could state your name and
you're the agent. Okay, all right,
He's an
okay,
agent.
all right.
Please state your name and address, home address for the record.
Dylan Pope, 1826 Robin Road, North Augusta, South Carolina, 29841.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, sir. I just had a question. I'm supporting this, but it says that this is with Sunday sales, right? I know we were talking a few months ago about certain places in downtown trying to serve on Sundays. How does this differ than what some of those other places were talking about? Is it because they're bars and this is a restaurant?
Right, right. And what they have to do is, in order to get the Sunday sales, they would have to reclassify as a restaurant and show us that their food sales is 50% of their income.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
What's that?
Jeanette.
All right. All right. That
Thank you
very
completes
much.
public services.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the administrative service to order. If it's all right with my colleague, I would like to consent 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 12. Do any of my colleagues have any more consent they would like to add?
I mean, 8, that's just a grant award, isn't it? It's just accepting a grant. So can we consent 8?
I have a question on 8.
Okay. Motion to approve as stated.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Varner. It's unanimous. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll go from top to bottom. Okay. Item number 8 is a motion to approve risk management to proceed with the repair replacement of the Emily S. Tubman Monument not to exceed $150,000 and to accept the Porter Fleming Foundation Grant Award in the amount of $25,000 for the same, authorizing the mayor to sign related documentation and approve.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question, 2 questions. Number 1, what is the full amount on this repair?
The new amount, 133. Yeah, we've had several different estimates. We've tried to work within an available source of funding. As you know, it was a very substantial sized monument, and it was totally damaged. We originally thought there was some parts of it that could be salvaged, repaired. They could not, but we currently have a quote of approximately just under $135,000 to get this done.
So that means we would still be responsible for roughly $110,000 for the repairs. The $25,000 is going to cover some of that, but we're still responsible for $110,000?
There are 3 sources of funding. There is a $25,000 recovery from the insurance company of the individual that damaged it.
Okay.
There's $25,000 from the Porter Fleming grant, and there's $100,000 from federal money, which is called LATCF, which is kind of a confusing term. It's local assistance to tribal governments. However, that does include consolidated governments. There were 4 governments in Georgia that were awarded $100,000 each from a spinoff of the American Rescue Funds. So Augusta has that $100,000. So we have $150,000 in hand, which would cover the proposed cost to restore this monument.
Okay, but the insurance of the person of who damaged the monument is kicking in as well?
We got the max.
All
We
right.
got $25,000 from that recovery. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, motion to approve.
Second.
Voting.
Can you make sure, because they're getting ready to do a lot of work down there, does it make sense to restore it before they do this on green? Or they
They
do
voted.
Who's in charge of that?
Interim Administrator. Quick
It's
question.
unanimous.
Quick question regarding the Emily Tubman statue. Considering that they're getting ready to do a lot of work on green at some point, would it be prudent to put it back now? Would we wait until after that construction's completed?
Well, once we have the funding accepted, which was the grant dollars, that was the key portion to this particular agenda, we will most definitely consult the engineering department regarding their TIA timeline.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But the key was having the funds accepted for the grant.
All right, thanks.
Item number 5 is to receive as information updates regarding the PAC project with Train and NV5.
All right, good afternoon. This is an update now that we're nearing the end of the construction on this project and getting ready to move into the next phase. This will just be a brief update from our consultant NV5 and our contractor Train please take in mind, tomorrow we will be doing a lunch and learn work session that will go in depth about the equipment that has been installed, how will we be using it, how the departments will be affected. And so you should have had the invitation for that tomorrow at 11:30, along with the department director. So at this point, I'll turn it over to our consultant and Trey.
Director Lampkin, before you start, there's a meeting tomorrow at 11:30.
Yes, ma'am.
For who?
Not for us.
Yeah, it was an invitation that went out to, or a few weeks ago, that went out to commission office along with the department directors. And then I resent a reminder earlier today about that meeting as well.
It's not a meeting. I don't think we received the invite. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
Let's go ahead with your
All right.
presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having us here today. This is my first time coming to this session in person, actually. I've spoken over the phone to all of you, answering questions and whatnot throughout this project, so it's good to be here. And to formally introduce myself, my name's Aldo Mazzaferro. I'm an engineer with NV5, and we specialize in providing owner's rep services for public agencies pursuing these types of PACT projects, also known as energy savings performance contracts or guaranteed energy savings contracts, where we serve as an owner's rep to you. So we work for the city. We do not work for Train. We never work for Train. And we specialize in overseeing what's called energy services contractors or energy services companies, commonly referred to as ESCOs. And we do this for public agencies all throughout the United States. We actually have a few international projects for the Air Force that we oversee. And we've been working with the city now for coming up on 3 years, I believe, 2.5 years or so. We were engaged towards the end of what's called the investment grade audit process, or the detailed auditing process, where the scope of work was developed and we were brought on board by the city to perform a technical, financial, and contractual evaluation. So we worked with the city's engineering team to review the scope of work, the savings calculations, and how that all translates into the financials of the deal, along with how that all is incorporated into the contractual documents associated with the deal. So we were brought on primarily for that purpose, to serve and make sure that the project was built on good best practices and things like that that are established in the industry. And since then, we've been supporting Ron's team with overseeing the construction, witnessing some activities, and we're going to continue to stay with the city here to review what's called the performance period. That's commonly referred to as measurement and verification, where the ESCO, Train in this case, is coming back and producing reports to show the city that what they installed is actually performing and producing the savings as expected. Now, those are fairly technical reports with engineering lines and calculations and things like that that our team will be reviewing on your behalf to make sure that it's all done per the contract, and again, that best practices are in place here. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about our role or what we've done for the city. If not, I'd like to introduce Tommy Brown from Train. He can go into some more specifics about the project, but thank you again for having us today, and I hope you can join us tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks, Aldo. Tommy Brown with Train, project principal. I'm stuck with the project from the beginning of the IGA all the way through the implementation, and we'll move into the performance guarantee period. Just here to provide a quick update.
Mr. Brown, can I have your address, please?
Yes, yeah. Thomas Brown, 3841 Fox Glen Court Northeast in Brookhaven, Georgia, 30319.
Okay, sorry about Go ahead.
My bad. So yeah, here to give a quick update on what our project team is, where they are in the installation process and where we're going to go from here. So we've been working for the past, let's call it almost 2 years now, on installing the various scopes of work that we were contracted for. We're coming up on the end. We're at roughly 95% complete right now. There's a few buildings that are left that we're following up some long lead time items that we're facing some procurement issues, some supply chain issues that I'm sure y'all have heard about on other other projects in the past couple of years, but those are coming in quickly. We're targeting a completion in October on formal construction. Our team right now is working on commissioning as well as closeout and punch list items on all the work that we've already installed. We're working with our third-party commissioning agents, putting together reports to confirm that we've installed what we said we would. NV5 is part of that process to validate that we've installed what we are contracted to do. And we're working with Ron's team as well to make sure that they're they confirm that everything we've done is satisfactory. From here, we'll go into what's known as the performance period that Otto mentioned earlier, and that's really an annual report that shows the energy savings that we projected are being achieved. If they aren't being achieved, we work to make Augusta whole for the miss in savings. So that's something we're about to head into. There's a lot of work that goes into transitioning from construction into that performance period service, and we're working with NV5 and Ron's team to make sure that that's done smooth and effectively over the next couple months. So any questions? That's what I wanted to cover here today as we prepare tomorrow. Hopefully y'all can make that meeting.
Do I have any questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Johnson?
Motion to receive as information.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous. Item number 9, discuss making all city employees ex officio members and not voting members effective January 1st, 2025 for all boards and authorities.
Well, I think we talked about this about 4 or 5 months ago about how we have certain boards where the majority of the representatives are city employees instead of constituents that live within Richmond County. I guess I would like to know why we think it would be better to continue this process. It allows the general public to be more engaged in these organizations, as well as set the track for the organization, as well as, you know, the city employees could still serve in a guidance role as ex officio members. We're ex officio members of almost every board and authority that we sit up here, and we don't vote. But it just makes sense to try to appoint people that don't have any kind of stake in the game, or, you know, we get criticized a lot of times where sometimes if we have employees that are making decisions, then we're watching the hen house. So I don't really understand why there would be any negative to this. If there is, I'd love to hear it from my colleagues, but I'd like to make a motion that we make this effective as stated on the screen.
Commissioner John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we hear some type of opinion from legal or the administrator or someone about this? It was set up this way for a reason, and I think it predates all of us. So, or Ms. Bonner, somebody, I don't know. Why are the boards set up this way, and what would be I guess, the pros and cons of doing what my colleague is asking?
Attorney Brown.
Yes, Commissioner Johnson, before responding, I would like to ask the maker of the motion, Commissioner Frantum, for clarification. The item reads, discussing making all city employees ex officio, making all members of the board who are city employees ex officio.
If they serve on a board as a city employee, they should not have a voting member. They should be ex officio members.
So you're talking about anyone who actually is sitting on the board, not all city employees?
It says for all boards and authorities, the last line. I mean,
okay.
He means like all.
Well, if they're a city employee and they serve on a board or authority, they shouldn't have a vote. They should be ex officio members. I don't.
Okay. What would happen if, in terms of the board makeup, where you're supposed to have 10 members, those have to be voting members?
I mean, in my mind, you just appoint new people. This body would appoint new people into those positions.
Yes, so therefore, is the motion really that you do not want city employees to be appointed as functioning voting members? They become ineligible to be a functioning voting member.
They need to be ex officios like we are. They need to still give guidance and expertise, but they shouldn't have a vote to move the city forward. They work here.
Well, would you prefer your motion, would it accomplish your motion if the motion was that city employees will only be eligible to serve on the board in an ex officio capacity?
Sure. I mean, I think we're going the same way. Maybe I'm saying a little different, but yeah.
Because the one you're referring to who are voting, they got appointed as full board members, and what you're saying is they are not eligible to be full voting members. They should not be eligible.
That's exactly right. They should not be eligible.
May I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Where is this coming from? I mean, it just kind of seems like, and that's not a negative to you or anything. It just seemed like it's coming out of nowhere.
I don't think it's coming out of nowhere. I think when you've been sent up here for as long as I have and all the stuff that we have to deal with, I think that it only makes prudent sense to make this change. I don't understand why anybody would be object to this change, because at the end of the day, like, we work for the people. The people need to have a seat at the table. And I don't know why, like, what are we doing that would be so secretive that people can't be appointed into those positions?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Substitute motion, Madam Chair. Can we make a substitute motion and forward to full commission without recommendation?
Well, that would be the motion
Would that be
because we
motion?
didn't get a second. That
Okay, just forward to full commission on recommendation. That's my motion.
That is Fran. Okay. Is that without objection?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I voted, sorry.
You've already voted? Okay. All right. Number 10. Item 10. Request Administrator's Office provide an update on the progress of departments' SOPs.
Commissioner Pulling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been an ongoing discussion, our SOP, standard operating procedures, making sure that we are just held accountable, as we continue to say, in every area. So Administrator Dowse, if you could please give us an update as to where we are with that.
Sure, Commissioner. Thank you for this. As you know, I asked the commission, or I recommended to the commission earlier this year, that we give 4 months, which would be the August timeframe, to allow those central departments, which are inclusive of services that all departments utilize: finance, human resources, procurement, information technology, as well as central services, some additional time to hone in on those services, those procedures that would be done from a rudimentary level. And I'll be glad to provide you with more of a comprehensive update once I receive all of that information from those department directors. I have had some cursory conversations with them, and they have been trickling in slowly, and they will be uploaded to our intranet, which will allow all employees to be able to access those procedures as needed. But more of a comprehensive update can come to you sometime in August that would assist with the accountability measures the body has been consistently speaking of.
Thank you for that. And so that leads, actually, thank you for saying that. That leads to my next point. So accountability measures, even as far as certain metrics, I know in a lot of companies and government, there are actually measures in place where on a yearly basis, there's evaluations. So that is going to be part of the SOPs. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
So the Human Resources Department currently has evaluations that are done for staff and it's the department director's responsibility to complete and ensure that those evaluations are completed and turned into human resources. So that is already a practice of the body.
And for our department directors, is that also in place?
No, it is not. The department directors report to the commission. And under my tenure, I am not familiar with, nor do I know of a evaluation process done by this body.
Okay. And so, Madam Chair, I would like to continue with my motion, but in addition to that, add on another caveat of having metrics in place where we are doing evaluations for our directors as well, and have that added into the SOP. I don't know if I can do that or if that needs to be in the form of a different type of motion, but just making sure that that is included in our SOPs.
Commissioner Franham? Commissioner Garrett?
Thank you. As far as the evaluations go, the only ones that I know that this body has done in the past has been for the administrator role. And I guess my question for Commissioner Pulliam, if that's okay, Madam Chairman, is who will do these evaluations on the directors? Will it be through the administrator's office, or will it be this body doing the evaluations?
And so I believe that that has to be crafted. I believe human resources as well as the administrator's office could come up with what that looks like. And so even if we further that discussion, but it definitely needs to be done, because how can we continue to hold employees accountable to a certain measure, but there's no measure in place for those that lead the departments? So that definitely does need to be done.
Yeah, no, I'm in complete agreement. I mean, I definitely think we need to have those checks and balances each year, and I'm in full support.
Thank you.
Need a motion?
Motion is to continue with the crafting of the SOPs and have Administrator Dowse as well as Director Ruckert, Ms. Ruckert, come up with language to present to the commission for evaluation metrics for our department directors.
Timeline?
Timeline, 60 days. Would that be 90 days?
I prefer 90. Thank you.
90 days.
Second.
You have another question? Vote, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous. Item number 11, request HCD to present the process of home renovation procedures and allocated funding for this program.
Ms. Pulliam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could have Director Welcher come up, please. Hello, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Doing great.
All right.
My thought process behind this, as I added this to the agenda, is we have a lot of our community that desires home renovations. I kind of wanted to have you come up so you can explain that process and the program and how it works. If you could just start with that, please.
All right. Madam Chair, members of the committee, Mr. Mayor, the members of the commission. So, I could start off by pretty much saying the City of Augusta itself is an entitlement city participating jurisdiction, which basically means that City of Augusta receives a direct allocation of federal funding on an annual basis. I think you've seen that with one of the agenda items that you sort of consented here today. So based on that, Housing and Community Development Department has the dubious task of receiving the federal funding that comes to Augusta, Georgia, through this commission, and we're able to create programs on an annual basis through an annual action plan that sort of speak to your priorities. So, based on those priorities, we create an annual action plan across basically 4 main federal programs. One that's specific that you're asking a question of speaks to Community Development Block Grant, which is actually the grandmother of all federal grants, which was enacted back in 1971 and 1974. So based on that, typically on an annual basis, City of Augusta receives approximately $1.7 million. Somewhere in there. Based on that $1.7 million, there's actually a breakdown. 15% of that funding goes to what we call public services, to your nonprofits that provide a service for the good of the community, CSR, EOAs, Boys and Girls Club, so forth and so forth. 20% of that goes to sort of help leverage from an administrative component. So in essence, you have the remaining 65%. The 65%, for the most part, if you look at that, I think from a dollar perspective, just off the top of my head, about $1 million, somewhere in that. So with that funding, we have to figure out priority-wise exactly how best to use that funding when we're talking about helping our small businesses, when we start talking about infrastructure based on revitalization work that we have going on, as well as helping, for the most part, our seniors from a rehabilitation perspective. So I think on that, on a typical basis, on an average, if you want to go back maybe 3 to 5 years, you have a rehabilitation program where we've sort of infused anywhere from $500,000, let me go down, about $350,000 up to about $800,000. And based on this rehabilitation program, basically, there are really 2 sub-programs under your rehabilitation program. One, you have an emergency rehabilitation program, which sort of speaks to having an inspector go to the front door, the back door, and look at that one code item. It may be HVAC because it's 95 degrees outside. It may be electrical, it may be plumbing, it may be pretty much a ramp. But it really speaks to an emergent rehabilitation item with a max potentially of up to about $7,500. And then we have the homeowner rehabilitation program, which basically speaks, for the most part, we have an inspector go out from front door to the back door and write down everything it takes to bring a house up to code. So, I like to make a joke a lot of times. It's not an HGTV type renovation project, but it is based on the inspector looking at those health and safety and those code type items. And this is a max of around $40,000 to $45,000. I'm glad that we're actually having this conversation. I would liken to think there's a lot more information that I could stand up here and talk all day about this. But I think maybe a work session may be in tow. Why? I'll tell you why. I think it's important because economies of scale. This is something that this department, this has probably been one of the 2 of the most prominent or active programs that this department has sort of undertaken since 2000. And what it cost a house, front door to back door, 1,200 to 1,400 square feet, what it cost us back in 2000 to actually renovate was about $20,000. Economies of scale today is about $40,000, $45,000. So when you look at the full amount of funding that we actually get for this program, if you're talking about $40,000, $45,000, $800,000, we've only helped 20 homeowners. So is that truly the best way we do? So there's some recommendations that I do have through the Office of Administrator, of course, in regards to how we can better serve and how we can better use this money. But I'm going to yield and stop there. If you want me to keep going, I can.
No, that's perfect. And I love that you brought up the work session. Everyone's already looking like we started an hour late. So with that being said, I would say definitely a work session. And so I would like to add that to the motion as far as the presentation is concerned. If you could, Director Welcher, get with the administrator's office, and if my colleagues are in support. And the reason why I'm saying that is that I get a lot of calls about renovations, and it is from my senior population, of the majority of those calls. And so I think it is very, it would be prudent, but it's just a necessary in our community to have those discussions so that people know what the programs are about, because that's not even the only program that you all have. So there's so many helpful programs available, so getting the word out for that. So I would like to add that we have a work session discussing this, and even if we could give 90 days, I know we're in the midst of budget season, but Administrator Dowse, would that be doable to come up with a date within that time frame? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Franham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is around any kind of funding that we allocated during COVID, whether it was around home renovations, around homelessness, around small business. Number one, is it all expenditured? How much is allocated and how much is spent, or is it all spent?
Well, I mean, you're talking about various programs, so I think priority-wise, your main programs were your small business relief program. I think with that, it was $1.6 million that was sort of allocated to that. You have under $100,000 that's left, knowing that the termination time frame of that is 2025. And then I think similar to that, the emergency rental assistance, in which we partner with EOA, as well as we partner with the magistrate court. With that, you receive basically around $25 million across 4 tranches. So of that, you've expended about 16 million. So I think of that, there's funding that we have that's met the expenditure date that we're just holding. I mean, so there's nothing you can actually do with that.
So the 10 million you just mentioned that's unspent.
So that tranche, that through DCA, there was 12 million that we received back in March of 2022 under Administrator O'Donnell.
Right.
We received 12 million, knowing that funding had an expenditure deadline of December of that year. So now keep in mind, the City of Augusta, from your first 2 tranches, City of Augusta is one of the top 3 cities in regards to the rate of expenditure. So based on that, they gave us 12 million because the state couldn't expend the funding. So the state returned a lot of money. So they looked for Augusta and other cities. So I think with that, keep in mind that program was definitely a success. If you go back from a magistrate court perspective, you go back from a CSRA perspective, we were able to provide funding to create jobs from an operation perspective. So I think City of Augusta has definitely been a trailblazer. And I mean, from that standpoint, we haven't left any funding on the table.
And the expenditure date, that was the end of 2025. Is that right?
For certain key, but that 12 million that we're still holding, about 5-6, that expenditure date, we had 9 months to spend 12 million of that tranche. That was a tranche 1
I got you.
ERA funding source.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Since Commissioner Pullum is not on administrative service, I need someone from the committee to make the motion, please.
Can my colleague from the second restate her motion?
To have a work session, to have the Administrator's Office and Director Welcher come together to come up with a date for a work session where all programs, including the home rehabilitation renovation, are discussed and open to the public.
Okay, so moved.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous.
And I believe that's all for administrative service.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call engineering services to order, please. Madam Clerk, I'd like to see if there are any additions or deletions. Okay, with that being said, if my colleagues do not object, I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to combine items 1 and 2, but I'd like to consent items 3, 4, and 8. Okay. Do I have a motion? Oh.
He's requested that his item be deleted today.
All right. Okay.
So moved.
Got a motion How about a motion and a second? I'll make that second. Second. A minute.
We got to get Tony back. Did he leave?
Ms. Bonner, let me pause a minute. Can we stand, have recess for a minute until Commissioner Lewis comes back?
Well, you're technically in recess, you don't.
Ma'am.
Yeah, you're technically in recess till you
okay.
get a quorum.
Because I don't know which way he went. They said he went that way, he could go that. If he's in the men's bathroom, I can't go back there. You know? Oh, it's true. There he is. Oh, there. Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, yes, Ms. Bond.
Yeah.
Second is Bond.
Okay. Got a motion
No, we
and a
just
second.
need you to vote.
Got it. Voting. All right.
That motion carries.
Okay. Item number 1, and we'll be.
1 and 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 1 is Savannah River Keeper regarding historic tree preservation in the downtown corridor. Item number 2 is discuss trees being cut down.
Okay. Mayor Garnett Johnson.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman McKnight. We have heard overwhelmingly as a result of a community meeting that Commissioner from the 1st had downtown at Craig Halton School. Well, no, not Craig Halton anymore. Let me make sure I get that right. Heritage Academy, in reference to the trees that are being cut down or proposed to be cut down in the Telfair Street as well as the downtown corridor. We want to try to preserve as many as we possibly can, not only due to many of them due to their historic nature, but also due to them providing shade to many of those who live in that corridor. So I think we have Dr. Malik here as well as, I'm not sure he's here in this official capacity, but Dr. Malik, if you don't mind, can you come and perhaps update this body as to what the plan is moving forward? I know you will be able to save and make an effort to save the champion crepe myrtles. Is the tree commission present?
I believe we have somebody from the tree commission here.
No, we have Tom Robertson, but I don't know if Mr. Robertson's here in this official capacity. He's in here in a different capacity. In any event, Dr. Malik, can you give us an update as to where we are regarding the trees that are scheduled to be cut down on the Telfair Street?
Yes, sir. So I do have a design team with me, and they have a little presentation, so they will go more in detail. But in summary, on those 2 crepe myrtle around 4th Street, that was really in question. Engineering department is committed to save those 2 trees, and then we're working on saving additional around 40th Street with the contractors. So we're working with the design to do that, but I'm going to ask my design team to kind of give you more kind of overview.
Yeah. Thank you. Chairwoman, this is...
Yes. Okay. Ham. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to go to my colleague from the 8th. Before. Go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Malik, if you don't mind, Madam, if I
Yes.
speak to him.
That's fine. Go.
Dr. Malik, in regards to these trees, and any of the trees that are in these big construction areas, has the tree commission been able to weigh in at all on whether, kind of what their recommendations are?
So,
or better yet,
we've been, we had meeting with, Roy Simkin, who is the chair of the commission and kind of lead. We have in-person meeting. We shared the plans, and we got their input on, his input on that.
Has there
but
been
the
an
road
official
projects doesn't go through the tree commission.
Has there been an official tree commission meeting this year?
I'm not, I mean, I don't know, probably not, but, you know.
Do you know that answer? According to our clerk, there has not been one. And I'm not sure if this is something you can answer, or if Planning and Zoning needs to chime in on this one. Who typically calls the tree commission meetings?
Chairman.
The chairman?
Supposed to have them quarterly, too.
So who's currently the chairman of the tree commission? Do we know? Huh? Sid Mullins?
Yeah, I think right.
Mr. Simpkins.
Roy Simpkins? Okay. All right. Because it was told to me by a tree commission member that they've been waiting on the planning and zoning director to call these meetings. So it's interesting to hear that the.
Well, let me say this. Planning and zoning is staff oversight support for the tree commission. I'm sorry. They are the support staff for the tree commission. So typically, they probably do take over those administrative duties and scheduling the meetings. So they would have some insight on them as well.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Dr. Malik. And that's all I had.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Lance go ahead and say his name and address.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. Name is A.B. Ladson. Address is 1557 Broad Street. And I don't know if I remember how to work this stuff here, so it's been a minute. Again, thanks, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. The team here is going to do, basically do a presentation, basically in reference to the meeting that was held last week.
Mr. A.B.
Need to get a little closer, huh?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
We're basically doing a presentation based on the meeting that was held last week, Monday. And that meeting was pretty much based on Telfair Street and in reference to the trees. And I think there were a significant amount of individuals that had some issues with trees being removed. This presentation is going to be kind of take you back to the TIA, the Transportation Investment Act, because Telfair Street is a TIA project, and kind of bring you forward to where we're at right now. And however, at the end, we're going to address the issues that the citizens had on this particular project. Okay, the agenda, just a brief overview again of Tier 1. Telfair Street, talk a little bit about Telfair Street improvements, project scope. And then from there, we'll transition into the town hall meeting overview from last week. There, we'll talk about a little bit about the project communication history and background. Just basically kind of state that there were some communication and that was going on in reference to this project. The methodology that we use to answer the questions and address the comments from last week, and then our response to those questions and comments. And then here at the end, we'll have open it up for questions and a discussion. I'm gonna try to fly through these as quickly as possible. the Transportation Investment Act of 2010 was a legal mechanism in which regions throughout the state have the ability to impose a 1% sales tax to fund needed transportation improvements within their region. During that time, the whole idea was for municipalities and to actually do projects and somewhat through GDOT, but to do them in an expedited manner. And the TIA was a way of trying to get that done. So there was a whole lot of work, upfront work being that was put into that, especially from the commission here, and also definitely wanted to mention Don Grantham, who actually put a lot of effort into the TIA program. And there were 12 districts that that voted on the TIA back during that time. Only 3 district areas passed. One of which is us, the CSRA, and the estimated collection was about $539 million. The Heart of Georgia was $256 million. They passed, and the River Valley, which is $380 million, that passed. And so those guys are located, of course, on the west side, and the Heart of Georgia is just right below us. Currently, right now, I think we actually, to date, probably collected about $600 and some odd million in the CSR area. But the CSR area consisted of 13 counties, of which 2 representatives from this body was a part of. It was the mayor at the time, and it was a commission at the time that helped with this process. The 13 counties were Burke County, Columbia County, Glasscock, Hancock, Jefferson, Jenkins, Lincoln, McDuffie, Richmond, Telfair, Warren, Washington, Wilkes, and Wilkes County. Initially what happened, we came up with a big list of projects, which Augusta pretty much had already had. We just didn't have the funds for it. But I think we came up with a list of about 100 projects, and that list was narrowed down to about 50 projects. And those projects were further broken up into bands. And the bands were actually based on time frame. Band 1 were projects that had to be under construction between 2013 and 2015. And Band 2 were projects that had to be under construction between 2016 and 2019. And Band 3, which is what Telfair is in, had to be under construction between 2020 and 2022. The whole idea was to get all these projects constructed, and I want to say 2027 is when all construction money is projected to be completed. So which means that these projects have to be, construction has to be completed by 2027. So Richmond County, again, I stated that they had 50 projects, and the project worth for Richmond County was right at $278 million, of which $35 million of discretionary funds would be allocated to Augusta, Richmond County, for 10 years. So the approximate total from the TIA was right at $312 million. Telfair, again, was a Band 3 project. Initially, the downtown projects were actually in Band 1. So myself, Dr. Malik, and Steve actually spoke with GDOT and a lot of the other representatives that the downtown projects needed to be changed to Band 3 projects because, one, we didn't have plans, we didn't communicate with the public or anything yet, and we needed that extra time to plan, design, and to bring the project into construction. So the TIA committee went along with our recommendation, and so that's how these projects, the downtown projects, actually ended up in Band 3. The project scope is improvements from 13th Street to East Boundary. It includes stormwater and drainage system upgrades, streetscape enhancements, curb and gutter reconstruction, new sidewalk, milling and resurfacing, street lights replacement, and of course the topic, what we're going to be discussing later on in the presentation, tree removals and replacement. Now transition into bringing us back up to present where we're at. We did have I think a lot of the problems or issues that of concern was communication. And so I kind of wanted to go back, kind of talk about that and discuss that. Initially, when it came down to the downtown projects, there are a lot of concerns about how streetscapes would appear, or how they would look. All too often in the past, we had projects that were that looked different. You had different street lights. A street light on Telfair might be different from a street light on Green. And so one of the things we did was to procure a engineering landscape company, and that company was Cooper Carey. And they did multiple concept studies with different options. We had probably several meetings, actually right downstairs on these downtown projects. Then also after that, we came before the commission, and the commission voted on the concept study to approve it with certain options. And I think that was done back in, I want to say 2016. So as stated, meetings were held, and meetings were actually still held post the concept study, and just recently, just before pre-construction. Okay, so this brings us up to this point to where we had the town hall. There were some concerns about trees and some other issues. So we're dealing now with the trees, and so we had the town hall meeting there. So the meeting was actually structured as a question and comments, both in an open and in an informal form. Initially, the individuals were asked, were given a mic to ask questions and talk about their concerns. And then after the meeting, some individuals came to us and actually had some concerns and questions on a one-on-one. So we can compile all of these comments and questions. And there were a total of 43 questions and comments that were made by the public at that meeting. Once we got that data, the questions and comments, we went through the comments and saw that out of 43 questions, 28, which is 65%, were Project Pacific related, which means when I say Project Pacific, we're referring to Telfair Street. And out of that 28, we further divided those questions and concerns into 4 different categories. Those were construction communication, just general questioning, traffic questions, and trees. Now, out of that 28, 11 of those concerns and issues, which is 39%, were trees related. We then took that data and evaluated And some of the questions and comments were asked, mentioned more than one time. So we consolidated those and came up with a basic list here on the trees. Now, I'm only presenting on the trees and not presenting on the construction, the general portion. However, you do have those handouts, and we do have a response to the questions and concerns on those. But I just wanted to address the trees because that's what the issues and concerns were about. So basically, 16 through 20, there were issues, project tree removal causing an increase in utility bills. So we look back at that, and then I'm going to just do a synopsis. But as Dr. Malik had stated, the team is actually taking a look at where we can provide, where we're taking out trees, where we can provide shade trees, especially on the end there between East Boundary and 4th Street. So staff, well, not staff, but I guess the Augusta engineering staff and a part of our team are looking into that. There are some other questions, some general tree questioning from 23 to 28. What trees are to be saved? We need to save the culture and thank the historians. The plan actually states what trees will be removed and replaced, because any tree that's being removed is going to be replaced. I think a lot of the concern is with what they call shade trees. So again, we're looking at that and looking to address that. It would be expensive and hard to maintain trees and grass. Want us to go back to the drawing board. Well, at this point, we can't go back to the drawing board. The last thing you want to do is stop construction and then go back and try to redo drawings. And let's kind of keep in mind that 2027 is when the construction needs to be completed. And we're working downtown here this mid-2024. So you only have 2.5 years. So with that said, I think that what the team is doing is working with concerns and trying to keep construction going on at the same time. Moving the trees and replanting them instead of turning them into wood chips. If you do that, if the city does that, then the city would incur a large cost. Now, I don't think they have a problem with if certain groups want to just take the trees and plant them someplace else. I don't think there's a cost there for the city. Are the trees cut down because it impedes the infrastructure, as is this someone's idea? No, the trees are being cut down because at the end of the day, it is an infrastructure project. As stated before, and I think everybody knows that downtown floods quite often. And so if the tree and the tree roots gets in the way of certain structure, then it's either the tree or the structure. I know we're talking about trees, but if we do certain things, we hadn't heard from the people who flood, and there's still a group of people that don't want trees. So there's a group, these other groups hadn't come out yet. So I just kind of want to make that statement out of that concern. Tom, the owner, Richmond County Building, the old medical building, planting shade trees. So again, that's what we're looking at doing. Planting some trees, some shade trees there. Try not to take down all the trees. Consider keeping some of the trees. Okay. Stated again, we have plans. The city has plans in the engineering department where you can actually come and take a look at them and go through it. So with that said, I don't know if the team has any questions or what have you, but we'd open up for question and discussion.
Okay, I've got a few questions, but I'm going to go to my colleagues first that are in the queue. Commissioner Branham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So my first question is, so you're saying that the trees are going to come down?
Not all the trees.
Not all of them?
No, not all the
Okay.
trees. No.
Because, I mean, you kind of said, like, move them or they're coming down or find these groups. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's feasible to a group, to ask a group to move a tree.
No.
But,
If I say that, I apologize for that.
no, I mean,
That's
it's
not
more
what I-
generic, I guess, that kind of made the anticipate, like, we can't slow down the project somewhat. The shade trees are going to be replaced, and kind of like one of your last lines. Understand some of that, but then I also look at some of these historic towns where they didn't touch any of the trees in downtown, and their downtown Savannah being one of them. My question to you is, how feasible is it, and it's probably for Hamid, but more than you, but I'll ask you, former employee, like, how feasible would it be to make sure that moving forward on any project, TIA, anything, that just like we have the HBC for historic properties, that a arborist is hired, and basically the arborist has to give a report on the project before the project is completed or approved?
I think that's feasible, to hire an arborist to do that.
That's what we've been asking for quite some time.
No, I'm not talking about on city, I'm talking about on projects.
I'm getting ready to.
Yeah, I mean, that's doable, and, design team does have tree experts, and we brought it, Derek Winter, which was the tree.
Do we have to go through procurement for that? Do we have to go through procurement for that, something like that?
So it's going to be part of the design team.
Okay, because I mean, like, we shouldn't be at this road. We should have been at this road in 2015, in my mind, when we had the project in front of us, and there was all the things downstairs. Like, and now it's like we're getting hit because we didn't know every tree that was coming down as commissioners, but yet we represent these areas, and every one of us got called about trees, I'm sure. And whether they're met or not, that's irrelevant to me, because I feel like we should put something at the front end to protect the process, and hiring an arborist on the whoever's the owner's dime to basically, bring that plan to the tree commission, just kind of somewhat of a checks and balances approval. Is that possible?
Yes, sir, it is, and as Abe explained, we had several discussions, not with the tree commission, but the chair of the tree commission, and also, we presented all that, and actually I meeting with Rod Simpkins yesterday. He wanted to bring other people. I say, yeah, by all means, whoever you want to bring it and help us out. So engineering is open to anything we need to do. Yes,
and I appreciate that, but I feel like we're down the train, and now we're trying to pull the train back, and we're saying, we can't do that because of timeline and money. It's going to be tough to pull the train back the way that most people would like to be pulled back, frankly. And I just think that we can be a little bit more proactive on the front end, that we wouldn't be here today, I guess is my thing. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'll go to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Malik, you met with the chairman of the tree commission recently, but you met with him a few times before now, correct?
That's correct, and we delivered the hard copies of the plan and all that. And there was some discussion on the really tree species and all other things, which we're looking into that. But we were very open to whoever we need to reach out. And when I saw the need, that's why whoever the expert available in the area, and the Derek seemed to be working with all the groups, so it was better for for him to bring on board so he can communicate not only with the design team, but for, the tree.
Were there any extensive conversations about the tree removal on Telfair? Did y'all have any conversations about that prior to now?
Yeah, that's
Did they bring up their concerns about the prize-winning
landscaping
tree?
plan, yes, sir, yeah.
Okay, what about the prize-winning tree? I believe it's the tree down on the, can we get into that? Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have him state his name and address.
He knows the building quite well, from what I understand.
I apologize, Doc. I wanted to say something earlier. I'm Steve Castle with ISM. Address is 1557 Broad Street in Augusta, Georgia. Let's go back to history a little bit. We did an evaluation of every tree downtown back in 2013. I got that report in January 2014. February 14, we had an ice storm. There we go. So the whole thing became null and void at that point, but I kept copies of it. And through that process, when I was over trees, me and Mr. Simpkins walked downtown a lot. He was actually a very good resource. He helped me mark every tree to cut down on Broad Street. He walked Green Street. He walked Telfair Street. A lot of the times because, his dad planted a lot of the trees, if you don't know. And especially the area down in this area where you're talking about, there was a fire in 1916 that burned down that whole area. And a lot of these things were replanted back in 1917. And some of them just had 90-year lifespan. So when we did this project here, one of the things we did when we did the TIA project was to replace the canopies. And to the point about the tree that we're talking about with the state champion, knew all about it. Grabbed when we walked with Cooper Carey right there, pointed that tree cannot come down. And it's been marked ever since. It was not marked for removal during this process. I know it's been on the news that it has, but it was not an X on that tree.
So let me pause you there. Is that tree coming down?
No.
All right. So the state tree, the prize-winning tree, is not coming down.
Nor was it ever planned to come down.
Okay. So it was never planned to come down. All right.
The only thing that I will say, and we talked to Dr. Malik about this, is to make sure that we don't do anything within the root zone to damage the tree. Because you can mark it to not approve it, then go with it with a trencher, and next thing you know, you've killed it.
How many trees are slated for replacing?
I think the replacement total was, 550? Yeah, a lot of those are, crepe myrtles and mixture of some things, so we can increase the number of shade trees and things like that is what we've been discussing.
So let me ask you one more question. I'm done with my question after that. If we were to continue the project without removing some of those trees, what would that mean for the tree? Because I'm hearing different outcomes there. If we save half of those 500 trees, what happens to that 250 some odd trees?
We walked to the Derek Vanover and I and the project team. We walked the project after the thing kind of came up and to look to see if there were some trees that could be saved. Some of these trees are root bound. They're old. They're coming down. I mean, they're dropping a lot of stuff. They got dead crowns on them. So even though they're big and beautiful to you, if you live underneath it, you're scared. You definitely don't park under it when it's windy. But we did look at some that that could be saved as part of this project. Especially, but the state tree, especially, is definitely staying. But we walked, the whole corridor. And I can't remember exactly how many we marked, but it's basically what we can save, we're going to save. If it's got extensive lifespan, to build this project, and then the tree's really only got 3 or 4 years left in it, it's dead crown, it's going to come down on its own. I think there was somebody who marked to save that I don't have a lot of hope for long term, to be honest with you, if you look at them. But yeah, I mean, the corridor. We've looked at all these processes, and Roy has looked at it with us over the years, and is very aware of the condition of some of these trees. And we met with him, probably 2 years ago.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, Commissioner Garrett's out, but I'm going to ask a quick question while I'm waiting on him. This tree ordinance that we have, I'm not sure if it's being followed to the T, but does engineering submit its plans for review to the tree commission? Because it's required in the ordinance that they do in this ordinance. So this is why I'm curious, and I'm going to get to where I'm going in a minute too.
Go ahead, but my understanding is infrastructure project, drainage improvement projects, anything that's a traffic safety concern, anything, civil engineering is protection of life and property. Anything that's is exempt from the tree ordinance, from a review. I think what you're thinking about is for private developments that come in and what trees they can remove along the street as part of their project. One of the big issues, if I go back to when I first took over trees back in 2011, which was like one of the worst days of my life, you want to know the truth, when it came to that. I just did not realize what all was involved with it. But the biggest thing was a replacement, and me and Mr. Sipkis had extensive discussions about that. Okay, if somebody's got to cut down a tree, can they replace 3 of them as for every one? Because that was the biggest issue, was we're cutting them and not replacing the canopy. We have urban forest. It's most of the trees are the same age. We don't have a lot of different ones that are same. So you see that along Green Street. We started planting different species, black gums, as opposed to Darlington oaks all over the place. I can go point street to street of what he and I worked on some of this stuff. So, you know, this is not a new issue. It has been on our minds, you know, probably 10 years going on now. To do this, because some of these are not only, the ice storm really was an eye opener too for a lot of us, because that was scary.
I know I've been to one or two tree commission meetings, and I've seen you at one before a couple of years ago, but I don't know right now if they meet. They're supposed to meet quarterly, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know when the last time they've met, but I was just thinking in my head that maybe engineering and the tree commission need to be working together so that everybody is on board and there's communication going on. But I'm going to jump over real quick to to Mayor Johnson.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. I just have a few questions. Regarding the trees that you intend to save, is there any way we could go through that corridor and mark them with like a ribbon or something so that the residents who live down there could see that there is an effort being made to save trees? Because right now you go through Telfair Street, everything has an X on it, most of them. Is it possible to do that? To say that we're saving some of the ones that can be saved? Is that possible?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's possible. So we're working through saving, I say, around 45 trees. So once we work through, we can mark the trees. Yes, sir. Yeah.
My second question, I want to talk to the landscape architect. Is that, or do they represent? They're not here?
They're not here.
They're not here.
Yeah.
Help me understand what other communities, historic communities, do in an effort to retain, I guess, their historical significance regarding trees. Augusta is just Georgia's second oldest city. I know Savannah, you go through there and their trees are a lot older than ours, and they've had updates throughout their city. How are they able to do it? How are they able to do it in Charleston?
It's totally different.
It has a complete different species of tree that they have out there. They have live oaks that we have Darlington oaks. Okay. You also look at Savannah and look at where they're planted. They're planted like 20 feet off the roadway, and the live oak has a very large canopy and is very strong. It's a very different species of trees and type of canopy. And also, we have one of our biggest issues here is overhead utilities, because Georgia Power comes in and cuts a V at them, and then they get sun scalded, and that affects the health of the tree. You see that all along Walton Way and on Telfair Street. Actually, you see some of those. This street. You'll see where the trees have been cut a little notch in there. That's really bad for them, and these trees are struggling. I learned a lot about tree diseases when I had that. There's a lot of them that are slime molded, that they're just not healthy. They're probably rotten in the middle, but they look pretty good on the outside. But no, I mean, we can mark the trees that our arborist has determined they could be saved.
That'd be great. All right. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
You're welcome. And I do have Commissioner Garrett in the queue, but, oh, here he comes. You're in the queue. Okay, he's out. All right, well, then that completes our discussion. I want to thank Mr. Ladson and Mr. Castle and Dr. Malik. Thank you for all speaking today.
Thank you.
And your presentation. All right, let's see, Madam Clerk, okay, all right.
We want to just
Go on
receive
to-
this as information without objection.
Yes,
if you
ma'am,
don't-
please.
Okay.
Today. And that takes us to
Number 6 and 7.
Madam Clerk, I'm going to have to probably stop engineering services in the middle. I hate to do this, but we do not have a quorum as of now, and I know that we've got discussion for number 6 and an item for 7. So can we send it to next committee, items 5, 6, and 7? Okay, we'll take 5 off. Yeah. He'll put his name back on. All right. Yeah, he has it coming. So is that good? That's it. That concludes engineering. Thank you.
All right, we're going to call finance to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any deletions or additions to our agenda?
Yes, sir. We're going to ask a request to delete items 1 and 2,
Delete
which
item 1 and
was
2.
acted on at our special call meeting earlier.
1 and 2 on the addendum.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so does that also mean that we need to remove number 2 on the finance committee agenda?
Well, both of those items were approved in the special call meeting.
Okay. Well, number 1 on the finance committee is different than the addendum, so I
Oh,
just
yeah,
want to make
you're
sure we're
right.
clear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Number
Okay.
2 is the 2 items.
So we deleted item number 2 from the agenda. Are there any other additions? No other additions? Okay, we will offer a consent for item 3.
Item 3 in deletion of 2.
Deletion of 2, consent item 3, yes, ma'am. And if it's okay with the committee, can we do that without objection? No objection. No
Without
objection. All right. Item number 1.
Item number 1 is motion to approve 1% reduction reinstatement request.
All right, so we're going to get our finance director up, and then I'm also going to get our administrator in the queue so that she can walk us through this and hear from our department director as well. So whoever wants to start first, would this be an Administrator Douse item or finance item? Okay, Director Williams.
Okay, that's fine. In accordance with the process that was outlined at the adoption of the 2024 budget, we were supposed to schedule a 6-month review of requests from departments that needed their 1% reduction reinstated. So we have gone through that process. We have compiled a listing for you from those departments. Number 1, that kind of, let's just say, beat us to the punch because there have been some reinstatements made already, and then we continue to work through the process for departments that have requested that those funds be returned to their budget and given the reason why those are needed. Those are attached and included in your packet. So we have a listing today of approximately, I'm going to say about 20 departments that have requested that their funds be reinstated. Those are listed. There are various reasons behind those. The total reinstatement request in the general fund currently total $375,020 for various reasons. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but we did ask the departments that had submitted a request for reinstatement of funds. The administrator's office asked them to be available to speak to you should questions arise.
So I have a question before we get any colleagues in the queue. I don't see any right now, but we said that we were cutting the budget because there was going to be a shortfall that we were anticipating in 2025?
No, sir. There was not a shortfall. That was an action that was taken, incorporated into the motion to approve the budget at kind of the 11th hour.
But there is no shortfall.
No, sir. There was not a shortfall, but we went through the exercise and requested the 1% and removed that from department's operating budget, pushed that over to the side in anticipation of this review process.
Okay, is there a motion from any member of the committee? Do we not have a quorum for this committee? We have a quorum.
You got a quorum.
Is there a motion to the effect? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Yeah, probably should have said something already.
Go for it, go ahead.
Okay.
Well,
There is one,
let's
yeah,
publish the vote first, and then I'll get
Okay.
you back in, Ms. Williams. All right, Director Williams.
okay. There is one department that is listed on your list that their request, they have already received an amount prior that exceeded what their reduction was. So that amount has already been given to that department by an act of the body. And then they requested the $14,000 that was originally reduced for software updates, et cetera. So I apologize for not pointing that out, but it is included in your attachment and is highlighted.
The first one.
Sorry.
Commissioner for the ninth.
The
Solicitor's office.
solicitor's office.
Ms. Williams, would you repeat that again?
Okay. On your
I'm
attachment.
following you. I just don't know. You said
Okay.
that we already gave them approved some
Right.
additional money to them. Now they're coming back to ask for the 1%. Was this in reference when Ms. Dowse or somebody came and said that they was in need of some money, and Ms. Dowse said that they would use their 1% as that's where they was going to get the funding from?
That was the funding source.
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what she's referencing, and the department she's speaking of is the solicitor's office.
Okay, so
I believe it was an additional position for
Right.
that department. That's correct. So the source of funding was the pool of the 1% that came out. And so that amount has already been awarded to that department, and the 1% reduction pool was the source of funding.
So we don't need to consider this. This should come off.
She's giving that to you as a holistic update of those who have already received their 1%. So that information was additional. It does not impact your previous vote nor motion.
Okay, okay.
All right. Thank you, Director Williams. Item number 4.
Item number 4, discuss the mayor's office expense reimbursement process.
Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, when I took office, it was my goal to create more efficiency and savings, not only in the mayor's office, but across the city. Now, as I hear, last year we voted to implement a 1% reduction. In the mayor's office, we've been very strong financial stewards of how we run our department, how we spend our dollars, and how we conduct business. I have not taken a city credit card in that we don't spend money we don't have. Whenever there are expenses, I simply submit a receipt with the reasoning for the expense, and I just ask for a mere reimbursement. Last year, we had a budget of $554,000, the second smallest in this entire government. Second smallest. We were able to save the county 18% of our budget. More than $102,000 went back to the general fund. Dollars we didn't spend, employees we didn't need, we didn't hire. Today, I'm here to ask for your approval to reimburse our expenses from January to June. I will take some responsibility in that it took 6 months. It really didn't take 6 months. We had an employee that resigned, decided to take another position outside of Augusta, Richmond County. I have my chief of staff, Jasmine Sims, to walk you through our process as we submit our receipts and our information for reimbursement. Ms. Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. To the chairman and the commissioners, good afternoon. We have started a process that began last year when we took office with the accounting department and finance. We had expressed our department would not be taking or being a part of the P-card process. So when we have expenses, those are placed on the mayor's personal credit card, and we turn in those receipts. As you see, with a formal payment account reimbursement form. We submit those. This is just an example of the types of purchases that take place. The president invited the mayor to the state dinner for the president of Kenya just last month. That was within a 24-hour time frame. We received a call about 7:30 that evening. That correspondence with the White House and myself went on to about 2:30 that morning. That would have been a possible conversation that could have been with finance or procurement. So we make those purchases and move forward. We always submit full receipts, as you can see, from the hotels, transportation, and of course his airfare. Those are all turned in as a packet with the account that money needs to be removed from out of our budget. All of these expenses are separated and they're kept with hard copies. All of those original receipts are turned into finance and accounting, and we have a running ledger within our office and an electronic database that keeps up with all of those. We've been doing that process and continue to do that process since taking office. On the 9th of July, we had submitted a quite large packet, as the mayor stated, with a time frame that probably should have been expedited a little better. So we take responsibility from that standpoint. But there were concerns that came up from Director Williams, and we were just trying to make sure that we have clarity that the expenses that come through the mayor's office, it's just not feasible for us to attempt to be a part of the P-card process. So just trying to get a better understanding of the discomfort and making sure that we can move forward effectively from this point on.
And
Let's get the, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I just want to remind you, these are dollars that are already in our budget. As I mentioned, this is not outside of any of our budgetary spend or any of those things. We just, from time to time, we have things we need to do, and we take action to get them done.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Jasmine. Let's get the finance director to the podium, please, Ms. Williams. Welcome back, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
So the mayor has stated that he requested reimbursement. Is there a reason why that reimbursement wasn't given to the mayor?
Yes, sir. This
Well, first, let's go back. How much reimbursements are we talking about right now?
The request was slightly over $57,000. There were some, as we reviewed this, there was 1 month's total. There were some clerical errors in there. There was a monthly total that was duplicated, which would have reduced that amount. And then there were some items submitted for reimbursement which had been previously paid in the reimbursement request of approximately $41,000 in March of this year. So once you take those out, barring any further adjustments, the reimbursement total would be closer to $45,000 and some change.
The chief of staff of the mayor mentioned that it would not be feasible for them to go into this process, and that they would not be participating. Is that an option?
That is my level of concern, sir. While there is no dispute that these funds are in the mayor's budget for operation of his budget, there are two parts to governmental expenditures. There's the appropriation of the funds, and then there's the method of expenditure. As you know, we have a very extensive procurement policy that departments, including elected officials, are required to adhere to. In addition, the state of Georgia passed a law concerning credit card usage of city-issued credit cards, city-county-issued credit cards by government officials. So in response to that, this body in 2021 passed a P-card and a credit card policy, which is followed by all other departments and elected officials. So regarding the use of a personal credit card and submission of reimbursements on a recurring basis, we find ourselves without a policy to address that. So I don't have a sanctioned method of reimbursement to repay the mayor's request.
Did you communicate this with the mayor about this before it came to the agenda?
Yes, sir. We communicated after his previous submission last year that this, in my opinion, was not the best route to go for those very same reasons, that we had a credit card policy, we had a P card policy, that we have a Sam's Club program, which is open. Purchases can be made through Sam's. The procurement director administers that account as well. There were that time and again this time some payments made directly to vendors who accept purchase orders from Augusta, and so those could have gone through the procurement process.
So you mentioned last year there was a reimbursement request last year as well.
Yes, sir.
How much was that?
It was a little over $41,000.
So we're talking close to $90,000 worth of personal reimbursements, 80-something plus $1,000 worth of personal reimbursements. Was this on a personal credit card? And I'm only asking these questions because I want to make sure that we get to the bottom of it. If the mayor is asking for reimbursement, we want to make sure that he gets that, but we also want to make sure that processes and procedures are being followed. And you said you had this communication with the mayor. Is it documented?
Yes, sir. There was a letter and a meeting last year with the mayor and his staff, and then at this point in time, I communicated strictly by a letter when I returned the package back to the mayor on July the 16th.
Okay. Let's get some other colleagues, and we have a few colleagues in the queue, then we'll come back. Commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Williams, in obtaining these reimbursement receipts from the mayor's office, and having heard you say it, that your conversation with the mayor's office was that you don't think this was a good practice. But at the same time, last year he submitted reimbursements of $41,000, and you all paid the reimbursement, and then this year moving forward, I think you said that you've already paid, reimbursed the mayor with a certain amount. In your years of being the director of finance, how many former mayors has used the procedure? I know the mayor talks about efficiency in the mayor's office and things of that nature. How many past mayors has used the same method that the mayor is using now when it comes down to purchases and things of this nature?
This would be the first occasion, sir.
First occasion, okay. Let me ask you something. I heard you say that there's processes that are available through procurement when it comes down to purchasing certain things. There are vendor POs that vendors that we deal with that a lot of things can go through. We already have contact with. If the mayor is using his personal credit card, the city has credit cards that the mayor's office can use, do they?
Yes, sir. That is what I recommended during our previous discussion, that that the mayor's office use P cards for the mayor's office staff, and then a city-issued credit card for the mayor himself.
And the same thing can be done with those cards that the mayor is doing with his personal card?
Yes, sir, but the difference is that there is a policy, and that there are both daily and monthly limits associated with those transactions that were adopted in the credit card and the P card policy, and the mayor indicated that those were not suitable to his needs.
So they've been suitable to past mayors, but they're not suitable to our current mayor. Is that what we're saying? So expenses in your in your position as director of finance, has there been a problem under previous administrations when it's come down to the use of city credit cards or P cards?
Well, there were numerous discussions concerning charges made by the previous mayor and a couple hundred open records requests related to those, but the card was issued under the city's name and receipts were provided. Now, the receipts were provided.
I understand the mayor is providing receipts, but what we're doing is circumventing the policies that are in place now as a city. City has policies in place.
Yes, sir.
They have policies. So let me ask you this. I think that if the mayor is going to use his personal card to do a lot of city business, and I have a credit card, I have several credit cards, and I benefit sometimes from using my credit cards. I get rewards. So if the mayor is using his personal card and he has a card that offers rewards, then the mayor is getting the benefits of those rewards and not the city, but the city is reimbursing the mayor. So talk to me about that. I mean, that particular function, is that a normal process or function? Because I wouldn't want anybody. Explain that to me, Donna, please.
Well, what you've just described is a entirely plausible scenario. I mean, most credit cards now do offer rewards, points, which can either be turned in for cash or used for other type things similar to Sky Miles or other things like that. While I think in my research, there has been some discussion, especially with the IRS, that those are not a taxable benefit to that employee. It's considered a discount. In my personal opinion, the perception of receiving that benefit is probably not the most favorable.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
Okay.
That you asked for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Williams, the receipt that we're trying to make a decision to pay the mayor reimbursement is not only for travel, it's also for buying items, and I think you referenced Sam's and other places that we already have an agreement with for tax reduction, and all of that. Is that correct?
There is a...
and I'm just using Sam
right,
as a...
The city has a SAM's membership, which is administered by the procurement department. Each individual department can have authorized users. Each one of them participates in that program. When they go to SAM's, they give that card. It is directly billed to Augusta, and those receipts are turned in and verified and charged against a budget through the procurement process. That's just one of the programs.
Yes, ma'am. And also, new directors, mayor's office, do they, I think when I first came, I heard about training, that you have to go through the purchasing training or travel, some kind of training to understand the use of the P cards and the credit cards. Is that correct? And was that offered to the mayor and his staff or someone in the mayor's office?
I took the training.
Jasmine is confirming that.
I apologize. I apologize, Commissioner. I took the training.
Okay.
For fiscal, so financial and the procurement process, and was walked through thoroughly through the with the finance department with our liaison with Hope, Ms. Williams, Lisa. They've all been extremely helpful, especially during the front part of our transition. So yes, ma'am.
So the mayor's office knew about the policy and procedure.
Yes, ma'am. And to be clear, and when it comes to the procurement process, if there is a vendor that has a purchase order and we are able to utilize that purchase, we do that. So there are several expenses that have been and expenditures that are paid through the procurement process, through the purchase order, which we were trained in also. So several of those purchases take place without reimbursement from the mayor's credit card. So I don't want it to appear that every purchase that we make, and not to say that you said that, Director Williams, but that those purchases do take place also. I believe the conversation that that is kind of being overlooked when we came to back to the table with the mayor and myself, with Director Williams, the concern was the amount of receipts that we were turning in at the time, which was complicating, or was how we conferred the conversation to be. At that time, when we met in December, the mayor was still steadfast on the fact that we weren't going to be a part of the P card process, and not so much but it's the cap that is consistently put on those limits on those cards. For example, when the First Lady arrived for her visit, we were looking at close to a $10,000 purchase within 24 hours. That could, the teleprompter that was cleared by the FBI and the Secret Service, that was a $4,000 purchase that we had to put in immediately for rental. Not to mention the operator that needed to be brought in and her travel. So the simplicity of that appears that we can get those processes through procurement, but that was an impossibility. The P card wouldn't have allowed us to make those purchases. And so when we're able to use the credit card that the mayor provides our staff, we are able to move forward very quickly. Something as simplistic as preparing for the Martin Luther King parade, we spent $600 in candy. The daily cap on the card is $500. So when we're looking at everyday expenses, and these aren't always the amount of money that is being spent. The month of February, we only spent $129. Or when we're looking at the month of April, when we're attempting to put on the mayor's master's reception in the Common, we are consistently faced with being able to make purchases, but we all know that there is delays in the procurement process. Also, sometimes the expedited need is just not being met, which is why we have to utilize the credit card.
Mr. Chairman, one
Yes,
statement
please.
and one.
Yes, ma'am.
I know sometimes when you go into the president call and say they're coming to town, I know it took less than 24 hours, but maybe sometime we could pick up the phone and let the procurement director know that potential travel is coming, and maybe she can make some arrangement. That's just.
And yes, ma'am, those discussions.
And I think that's what we need to do. And secondly, this 47 or 41,000. Did you just turn all of this in at one time, or was this
that total
on and
on? This particular reimbursement was $41,885 because of the amount of receipts that were turned in. There have been other reimbursements in a much smaller number because the mayor was able to get us those receipts quickly. So it's not this particular large amount of money in March that was check was cut on the 7th of March, to be precise. But usually there's several reimbursements that come in much smaller checks that are reimbursed back to the mayor.
Thank you. And one more question for Ms. Director Williams. Are these the mayor's personal cards that we are charging, or could you tell? Or the mayor, are these?
It's just one. It's one. We use one, the one that ends in 4009. It's
I'm just saying, is it a personal, is Mayor Johnson, Garnett Johnson personal
These
card?
are personal cards, and not all the time is it a credit card. Sometimes it's a debit card.
Okay.
It's the card that comes out quicker, so I don't get any rewards on the debit card. I just want the expense taken care of. I turn in the receipts, and the process has been the same, and it will be the same process if I had a county-issued credit card. We don't travel on personal time using county dollars. We don't spend county dollars for personal expenditures. We don't do any of that. If I had our county-issued credit card, we'd have to do the same process as we're doing now. When we were elected, we were told we were told the process. Now, is there a mandate that says that I'm the mayor that I have to take a city credit card?
If you want to be reimbursed?
I'm asking Director Williams, is that a process? Director Williams, am I required as an elected mayor that mandates me to take a city-owned credit card?
Sir, that's not my decision.
Okay.
I'm just saying that what is currently being requested is outside of existing policies. I'm not saying that those policies, that there cannot be a different policy. I'm not saying that policies cannot be limits cannot be changed for your office. I'm just stating simply that I don't have anything in my power to address this recurring circumstance.
Thank you.
I'm asking for some help.
You got it, and that's what we're trying to provide. So my question, does the policy state that an elected mayor has to take a city-owned credit card? Is that a requirement through any official code in Georgia or with Augusta, Richmond County? Can anybody answer that? Attorney Brown.
That's the reason we're here.
Okay.
Is I don't have that. Is there is a state law that goes the other way that says that use of a city-issued credit card by an elected official has to be approved by the governing body, and there has to be a policy in place. We have all that. What we don't have is a policy or any guidance to address the practice that is going on right now.
Let me jump back in here, and I think that's the big thing that we're talking about. We're not saying that these reimbursements should not happen, because if the mayor is spending this money to run the city or to do official business, then that's fine. I know we're talking travel and things like that, but I know there are some other expenses for hospitality and for parking and other things that don't really go into, you know, this whole idea of traveling and going to the White House. The whole issue that I'm hearing with this, I believe my commissioner from the 3rd said under the item that it smells fisher than a fish market. I just think that if you have somebody, if you have anybody, the mayor, the dog catcher, whoever, requesting almost $90,000 worth of reimbursements on his personal credit card, the chief of staff says there's one card, the mayor says these cards, 2 cards, multiple cards. So how many cards are we talking about? Are we talking expenses on one credit card, or are we talking about expenses over multiple credit cards? Let me get a determination from the finance director, because she would know this. How many cards are we talking? Because I'm hearing card and cards.
I don't see the statement. All that I can see from the receipts is that the majority of the transactions are done on an American Express card that has a certain number of ending digits. There were a few transactions on a Visa card. Now, I have no idea if that is the mayor's debit card or what that card, but it is a different card. So there are receipts that reference at least 2 different cards.
So with that being said, just for the purpose of this committee, and to not continue to discuss this in such a public manner that seems accusatory, that is not what we're trying to do here. If I could have order on this committee, please. We're trying to work through a solution. The finance director stated that there are multiple cards that she has seen. can we push this? Let me go back through the queue, and then we'll come back. We have Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm sitting here listening to my colleagues, the mayor, finance director, Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams, you know, as far as the former mayor, you know, this has been brought up in many times, many discussions about his expenditures. You and I had conversations when I was on the floor before. And if a elected official spends whatever he wants on a credit card, the government's required to pay for it, regardless. Is that correct?
No, sir. The former mayor was using a city-issued credit card.
That's right,
so the
but we
city
were required to pay for it. Is that correct?
The city obligation was there already. It has to be determined, and there's no reason to doubt what the mayor has said.
Okay.
That these receipts that he has turned in were for city-issued business.
Right.
So
Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
When the former mayor, since my colleague brought up previous mayors, if they turn in a credit card bill without receipts, you still required to pay for that bill. Is that correct?
That did,
Yes or no? I mean, simple. Or is the Augusta Richmond County required to pay for that credit card?
I'll defer that to the attorney, please, sir.
Attorney Brown?
The answer in some cases would be yes, and the answers in some cases would be no.
Okay, tell me the cases that would be no then, please.
When it's not on a city-issued credit card. What obligates the city, if the city issues a credit card to an employee or a elected official, the city is telling the credit card company, if you honor this card, we will reimburse you.
That's right.
But that obligation is not there when it's not a city-owned credit card.
Right. I'm talking about a city-owned credit card that we gave the former mayor, and his expenditures did not require, we were required to pay for it, but he was not required to provide all the receipts necessary. Is that correct, Ms. Williams?
No, sir. He was required to provide the receipts.
Did he?
He did, eventually.
After office.
Okay. You know, the mayor comes from a different world like I do. We come from the business world where we put stuff on a credit card. We get reimbursed. Is there a better method? Absolutely. I think what we need to do is find a way to where the $500 cap, in case we do have the president come in or the vice president come in, that there's rules or guidelines or something in place to where we could get a quicker answer at 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night, which is going to be kind of difficult. That was probably the reason why $10,000 was put on this card. But, you know, we look at expenditures that people put on a credit card from our government credit cards. Let's look at the land bank on the expenditures. That was over $500 for one meal. Mm-hmm. How did that get paid, number one? How was it charged for the high-end dinners that was done for the land bank director?
Not a city-issued credit card, sir.
That's not a city-issued credit card?
No, sir. He is not a city employee. He is a land bank employee, and that they pay their own bills.
Okay.
That did not run through the finance department.
All right. But I know that the discussion you and I had back 6 years ago about the former mayor, that the receipts, but we were required to pay for it. But fortunately, with this mayor right here, that he has every receipt and he could validate the use for it, which is better than most. I just say from here, as far as finance director, chairman, I think we need to come up with a solution to this problem, but a motion to reimburse him his money that he put out of his pocket.
Well, I think that the solution here is that the mayor follows the policies and get a credit card, a city-issued credit card, and then allow this body to expand his limit that he can spend, so that, number one, the procurement process can be followed, because when the procurement process is not followed, that it has grave implications, grave consequences there. I also think that if there were multiple credit cards that were being used, we need to know what those credit cards were, who the owners of those credit cards are. And the finance department has already said that they don't have that information. And I'm not, again, not being accusatory, but if any other director came before us with this amount of money coming back to be reimbursed, it would be World War III. I mean, we had a director that missed the procurement because the office was closed and we tried to chop her head off. So the thing here is, you know, we have policies and procedures in place for a reason, a P card policy and a credit card policy. They knew about it and they willfully decided to not use it. So I think a solution here, without having to go back and forth, is for the mayor to agree to get his city-issued credit card, and the commission can discuss raising the limit. But if any other director came up here with $90,000 worth of personal reimbursements on multiple credit cards, y'all would be calling for forensic audits and in-depth audits and operation audits. But now
And
we're
there'd
just
be
saying that
people
it's
fighting
nothing.
against that too.
I'm sure there would be, but here's the thing, Mr. Guilfoyle, there's a way that we can get out of this. There's a way that we can be all connected here in unity, and I think that is to require that the mayor gets on the city credit card program. But there's other commissioners in the queue here. Commissioner,
Can I just respond to your one statement?
Please.
You said you don't have copies of his numerous credit cards. What does that matter? Because he provided the receipts. It doesn't matter how many credit cards was used or utilized. It's just he provided the receipts for reimbursement.
I'm going to go to Commissioner from the second because I don't think that you believe that yourself. Commissioner from the second, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My question, if I could have Director Sams, Ms. Sams, come up. I have a quick, it's a point of clarity, just so I know.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sams. Thank you. My question is, earlier it was stated that there were limits on the P card. Are there limits on all of the credit cards that could be provided?
The procurement department is only responsible for the P card, and the P card has limits, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my question. From you, Ms. Donna, do you have, I'm sorry, Ms. Williams, I apologize. Director Williams, are there limits on every single credit card that could be issued?
The policy states that both the P card and the credit card limits, as stated in the policy, are $500 per transaction or $5,000 per month. It also has an option that there can be exceptions made by contacting the administrator of the policy, which is the P card administrator is Ms. Sams. The credit card administrator would be me.
Okay. Thank you for that.
So those purchases could have been made just by contacting either Ms. Sams, Ms. Williams, or the administrator. Wow, okay.
There is the ability to make exceptions.
That's good to know. All right, Commissioner from the third, Ms. McKnight.
I know I'm not on, thank you, I appreciate it. I know I'm not on Finance Committee, but sitting up here listening to this and then also being a commissioner when our former mayor was up here, you know, it's a far different cry from the former mayor to our current mayor. And it seems to me, you know, listening to all this today, it's a hunt in progress to sit here, it seems like, and make the mayor look bad. He's been honest, and what he's put out there is a simple, you know, expense reimbursement. And, you know, when it comes up again next week, I'm supporting it, but I can't sit here and watch him get, you know, put down when he's done the right thing so far and will continue. I just can't, and I think it's unfair. So thank you.
Commissioner McKnight, if I could, just for a moment before I go to my commissioner from the ninth, let's clarify something here. I want you to hear it and everyone else out here to hear this as well. No one has yet accused the mayor of wrongdoing. No one has yet said that the mayor is a bad person or trying to make the mayor look bad. He did right by putting this on the agenda. And he called me before this, and we had a brief conversation about it. There's no sense of accusation going before this committee right now. The issue that is at hand is that there's not a policy in place for us to effectively reimburse the mayor his $45,000 request. And that could have been avoided had the policies we already have been put in place been followed. So now this committee is responsible for either creating a policy or helping the mayor get a city credit card so that we can process this reimbursement. There is no accusations being made. No one is beating up on the mayor. Nobody's trying to make the mayor look bad.
Okay. Well,
that's not our job. We're not after a witch hunt. I know we do that up here, but that's not what's happening here.
Well, I mean, okay, well, the
I'm gonna
audience
recognize
and
the
anybody on live stream or whoever, they might see it as differently.
I'm sure
But anyway,
they would. I'm going to recognize the commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to get a point of clarity. How much are we talking, because we don't have any documentation, how much are we asking to reimburse the mayor today? What is, do we have an accurate amount, or because it's just saying?
I don't have the revised total. That has not been resubmitted back to to finance after the
sent back to
request for the corrections. So
If it's okay with the committee, can we move this item to the next finance committee? And then in the meantime, allow the mayor's office and the finance department to gather the necessaries to make this reimbursement happen. And in the meantime, Director Williams, can you provide the commission with some supporting documentation? All I see here is a invitation to the White House for $2,400, but we're talking close to $45,000. So can we move this to the next finance committee meeting? That gives both offices time to get together, get supporting documentation to the commission and to each other, so that we can move forward helping the mayor get the desired outcome that he's looking for. Is that agreeable from this committee?
Ms. Sims and I are both asking if you are requesting copies of the receipts.
Well, I mean, if we're talking $45,000, and then last year $41,000, we haven't seen a receipt, we haven't seen anything. So what documentation can you provide the commission to make this decision?
For clarity, this was just an example of how this process is submitted to the finance department.
Do you have supporting documentation that you can provide?
We have supporting documentation, all the original receipts and the form that is provided to us by finance, including the credit card statement or receipt of payment. All of those have already been submitted.
Can we get that submitted to the commission for review?
That's fine. And
Okay.
are you asking for the last?
Well, we just we need some supporting documentation.
I'm asking you for, you're saying for the last reimbursement, so are you asking for the documentation from the $41,000
This reimbursement that's on the table right now, the current reimbursement that's on the table right now, and that, like I said, it gives us an opportunity to come together to figure out how best to help the mayor in this situation. But I would strongly suggest to just get the the city credit card. So let's forward this to the next finance committee meeting.
And Commissioner Scott, we're at $44,688 for your answer.
Okay.
For the
Yes,
total.
ma'am.
Mr. Mayor.
So, go ahead, Commissioner, I yield to you.
I forgot.
Commissioner Scott. Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I know what
Commissioner Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to, since we are trying to clean this up and have the next batch come around, do we have any more outstanding reimbursement that's coming in the amount of whatever the allotment for a month is on credit cards? Or do we have anything outstanding coming, 10,000, 12, 20,000? We just need to know where we are so we can, make this a smooth transition to make sure the mayor is reimbursed for what he's done for the city and represented the city, and also not making sure that this doesn't come back again.
Well, yeah, I understand your question. The amount is probably larger because we have submitted between January and June. So you're looking at 6 months worth of, 6 to 7 months of the actual expenses. So you're looking at January 2024 to June 2024. Usually we have attempted towards the end of the year, we're able to break that up by a monthly. We're supposed to submit it monthly. because of our transition in staff and being able to make sure that we had all of our receipts correct and precise, that's where the large amount is coming in. But usually this would be handed in July, would have been handled in July, August in August. So the large amount is coming because of the large submission that was given to finance. But this should be on a monthly basis, just like it would be if we had a city credit card or the P card. And Commissioner Johnson, just because I am here, we have in writing that the other credit card was verified to be owned by the mayor also.
Okay. Can we just get all that submitted to the commission so we can make a decision?
So, Commissioner, Chairman, if I may, let me clarify this. You're not doing the mayor a favor by getting me paid. It's my duty to do the mayor's job and to get reimbursed. There is no policy, sir, that mandates that the mayor must take a credit card. When I do official city business, we just do business. If I don't mind, Natasha, can you bring the previous screen back up? Let's go to the prior screen. I want to make.
There's a very simple fix. We don't have to go through
all right. So again, my actual budget is $554,020. 2023, I spent $451,704.08. If you take into consideration the $25,000 capital line that you argued about me having furniture that still haven't been spent, we returned 22.1% to the general fund. 22%. So I'm going to sit here and as I work 8, 10, 12-hour days, never get weekends off, for you to sit here and say, well, we got to see if we can improve your budget for things that we do every day. It's crazy. This is official city business. I would never lessen my integrity by submitting a receipt based on some personal use or credit cards that I don't own. Do you think I would jeopardize my credibility by doing that? I have every single credit card in my pocket right now. Now, there's times when I instruct the mayor's office to buy something, and I give them my credit card that they have for 2 or 3 days, and I need another card to buy something with, so I use my other card. All these cards are owned by me. This is official city business. I am a steward of the tax dollar. I'm going to stand by that. 22%, that's unheard of. I think that takes us back to a budget of Dick Copenhagen. I don't know if that's true, but you look it up. You look it up, and I stand by it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Mr. Mayor, we don't disagree. I've said that a number of times, that we don't disagree. We don't disagree, and I've said that. So please don't miscategorize my intentions.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Scott.
Ms. Director Williams, could you research and see what the state says about elected officials and the increase of their credit card amount?
That's a city policy, ma'am. That's entire, y'all crafted the policy.
There's no policy there.
So it's no mandate on an elected official?
The limits were set by you guys as a part of the policy, which can be changed by the same group that set them.
Okay.
Either one-off or across the board.
Okay.
So the path forward recommended is to revisit this at our next Finance Committee meeting and to give the departments an opportunity to collaborate. Is there a motion to that effect so that we can adjourn? Commissioner from the second.
Motion to revisit this at our next committee cycle.
Is there a second? Second. There's a second. Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Yeah, I was going to see if my colleagues wouldn't mind sending this to the full commission without a recommendation.
The motion has been made to send to the Finance Committee. Next Finance Committee.
Let me do a substitute motion.
Please.
Do I have a second?
All right. Substitute motion failed. Main motion. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
That motion carries 3-1 with Mr. Guilfoyle voting no.
Have a great Tuesday. Meeting adjourned.